Good lord, my mouse picked a crazy time to run out of battery then. That's me fishing around the manual for a battery like I'm on blooming Funhouse or Supermarket Sweep, one of them. Any game show where you've got to find a thing in a pile of things. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Because this time of the morning in the UK, it's a bit of a crossover. It's a crossover window for other time zones. Hungaroring, Porsche Cup. Two things I just happen to love and do well at. Hopefully it shows. And whatever you are doing, wherever you are today, you're at a nice time. So it is 9:45 in the UK in the morning. And Timothy, if nobody said it already, have a nice day at work. Unless you work in an abattoir, and then I guess it's probably not going to be nice no matter what I say.
Radio check.
This series is just legendary. There's something about it. There's definitely a barrier to entry because the car is so weird to drive. But once you click,
The pit lane speed limit is 80 kilometers per hour. You're all clear. Stay behind the line. Okay,
once you make friends with this car, it's brilliant.
Time.
It's the best. What I like about Porsche Cup, particularly from a streaming point of view, is the fact that even if you're on your own, just fighting the track is the challenge.
The track temps increasing. It's now 40 Celsius.
Good so far. Good so far. I just don't know how it stacks up. First race of the day. You never know quite where you are pace-wise. That wasn't too good. That was too deep on the brakes, definitely. But I had to just late apex it and straighten it out, salvage what I can. There could still be some time in this.
Me too.
Definitely got some optimization to go. I think it was then 2 late apexes on those corners that did the damage. Better. Okay, that lap was better than the other one, but I just don't know how much by 0.93. Man, Dali's on another planet today. We'll get him. We'll catch him. It'll come to me. I might as well use the remaining fuel just to get a bit more into it. But yeah, strong pace from Dali. He's definitely more settled and in his groove than me at the minute. Definitely could be faster there. The aggression, the track aggression is not quite there yet. So 1 minute till the race session kicks off, and we are currently third on the grid. So the white line in the telemetry is the steering, but it doesn't do much because you know you're only really steering like maybe 90 degrees usually either way, so it doesn't appear to do much. But if I go like that, then you can definitely see that it goes from one end to the other. But yeah, because by comparison the throttle and the throttle and the brake have much wider swings than the steering does. Right, quick practice start of it doesn't really mean much because the tyres are hot. But it helps me out. And the clutch is burnt out now anyway. Morning. I love Hungaroring. I've had really good races here. Successful races.
That's the end of the session, E3.
And that's not too bad. Dali is in another league at the minute. I've definitely got a lot of fat to trim. So hopefully over the course of a race I start to narrow down where that time is being lost and start to get into the pace. There's only been about 10 minutes of time to practice for it, and maybe he's in his groove much better than I am right now. But I love Hungaroring. I think it's brilliant. But maybe by the end of the day my opinion will have changed. Cheers, Paul. Thanks, everybody. Right. Brain target. Time. Brain. Race. Race start. Oh yeah, turn one. Hey Vivo, good morning to you.
The air temp is 26 Celsius, 16 laps. Okay, Daniel, get ready. Green, green, green.
Reasonable launch. Bit wide there from Dali.
On your left.
Oh, he's cut back. Oh, I'm glad I didn't take him out there. Right, clean so far. Just consolidate and be smooth right now. I think lap one is going to be pretty leery.
Left side.
Shut.
Clear left. Car left. You're in the middle. Clear left. Clear all round.
Sorry, Dali. That was pretty bad. Oh dear. Don't do that, basically. that's the scrappiest lap one I've ever had, I think. Well, we've had great races before, so hopefully, you know, hopefully he knows that was never part of the plan. Eesh. He's still going, I'm still going, the car doesn't seem to be damaged. Oh boy. Okay, so this is a rear engine Porsche because it's a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Okay. I was going to try that again then. Maybe I shouldn't do that.
We've had a cut warning. Keep it tight.
Oh man,
Please, Daniel.
caught the grass there. This is a brilliant track for Porsche Cup. I can tell already this is going to be brilliant.
Car right. To the right.
Hey! Right. Let's catch up to Dali and clatter him again.
The leader's just 149.0. The car ahead is
Oh,
just
well,
149.0.
There's not many opportunities to pass on this track
P3.
if you're in ABS and TC equipped cars, where mistakes are rare. It's a totally different matter in a car like this. That's why this car makes every track just ridiculous. That braking zone is really difficult. That traction zone is really difficult. This corner is horrible traction wise. The corner up ahead is pretty tetchy turning wise. Could understeer off. It's just every track is just a joy. That braking zone is obviously difficult, as I've just proven on lap 1.
You're pulling away from the guy behind. The gap's now 1.0 seconds.
That chicane's pretty fun. Difficult interlinked corners where you need to get your first apex right or the rest of it's rubbish. Horrible traction zone. Very satisfying corner to lead it off. Horrible downhill traction zone into tight 90 right. And horrible braking zone into long, horrible corner with a horrible traction zone out of it. Basically, if you like spicy food because it hurts your mouth, you'll love the Porsche Cup.
48.8.
Because it's the same philosophy but in car form. I don't think I'm going to catch Dali. I think I've got some work to do to find that missing pace. They're in a different league this week. Normally I'm just ahead of Dali, or we have little tangles on track. But he's got the better of me this time. All I need to do is figure out which end of the car is giving me the least amount of confidence into braking zones. And I need to stop doing them off tracks. And I probably need to be a bit more patient on the throttle. Maybe experiment with the gears a bit. Because the nature of the car changes completely depending on what gear you're in. If you're in a high gear or a low gear, it completely transforms the corner. Yeah, the only difference being you won't regret it in the morning. No, with the Porsche Cup you just regret it now, at the time. Right, let's get my delta back. Let's find that missing time.
It's now 45 Celsius.
Wow, hot track and all. Hey, I'm hoping that the open setup side has some rain. That'd be amazing here. Right, I'm experimenting now with different gears for different corners, short shifting, just to see how it stacks up. Ah, these cars are brilliant in the rain, so good. Oh, but that corner exit suffers when I short shift, so I'm not going to do that again. Being in third for this corner makes the car a little bit loose at the rear. Short shifting for that corner helps out massively. Leave it in fourth for this one because it helps loosen the rear end a bit. Same here, third gear. Helps the rear come around because it's not dragging so much, because that rear engine makes it just a bit weird with how the gears change the car's nature. Carrying third through there makes sense, but keep getting off tracks there. Yeah, this is fixed setup, so everybody's got the same setup. Oh, bit deep. Change it to a later FX corner. Well, kind of. Oh, that sector's faster when I get stay in third, so I'm going to have to sacrifice safety for speed really if I'm going to catch them two throughout the course of the day. Then I need to sacrifice that. I reckon a couple of clicks forward on brake bias now, because I'm not locking up the front at all, but I am getting a little bit of squirreliness on the rear end, which is helping me. A bit like that little sort of dip in the engine noise you can hear. That's the rears locking up. So I actually think that the bias needs to go forward. Could help me with corner entries too, like here. Could help me launch the car in without losing the back end. Whoa! Right, that's that curb. There's a curb on the outside there that I just skimmed, and it lifted the rear outside tyre up. Very much an exploration, but I'll be surprised if I hang on to my A license after this. I'm literally a millimetre away. Yeah, big bump there. I'm a millimetre away from a B license. So I'm going to keep it clean, consolidate third. Because they are fast. This week those guys are fast.
Half distance, you're looking good for fuel. That was 150.6. Increased to 4.9.
I'm 3/10 up on my best lap so far.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 43 Celsius.
think I've been losing a lot of time on that last corner as well, just not really optimising the line for that, not getting it over as far as I could have done. I think I've probably been half-arsing that. But genuinely crazy pace from Dali and Josh. As I said earlier, normally I'm just ahead of Dali, or we're tangling on track. This week he's absolutely gone. I think he was quick at Snetterton as well. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of sleepwalking going on around this track at the minute, and I think it's well, that turn one has never felt comfortable. I need to actively engage mind there. Sometimes you can just tell when there's like a metaphorical stone in your shoe that's preventing you from really driving at your best, and I can feel that now. And another off track is not what I need. Porsche Cup is excellent. But it's great for streaming. Races on the hour every hour that are fairly long in length as well. Racing's usually good, and if it ain't the racing that's good, it's usually the track combat itself. Oh, Dali's off. Why is he off? Man, that would not want to turn there. Wonder what happened there then. I'll have to see that in the replay. See, if I was a little bit faster, I could have been second right now.
Okay, Daniel, you're reeling Jankovic in. The gap's now 1.4 seconds.
Flipping it. Oh, what a flipping assault course of a track. You gotta love it.
45 Celsius. The gap to Jankovic ahead is now 1.9 seconds. 2 laps left. We're on for a podium here. Sector 3 is 0.4 of the pace.
Oh, that was a really, really deep entry into that incident off track. If you screw up any of your apexes in this sequence, you are done. You need to work on that. Right, final lap.
Okay, Daniel, 1 more to go.
I mainly want to finish just so I can apologise to Dally. That was such a clumsy lunge from me. Cheers, Nick.
Daniel, great drive. That's a podium. We think about 2 laps of fuel remaining. 2.5 litres per lap.
Ah, dear me. Let's have a look at what happened then. Oh. No chance. No chance. The worst thing about it is the fact that if it's just like secondary hits, everything like that. Yeah. Clumsy clogs. So Dali had a spin at one point. Wonder what happened there. Lap 13. This is what happened from Dali's point of view. Yeah, Jay, that's a pretty solid way to look at it. Oh yeah, he was gone. So it looks to me like Josh misses his braking point. And then just kind of, it's just really easy to lose the back end if you've got the brakes pointing to the rears at any point. Turn 1's quite tricky for that. Yeah. But other than that, no dramas. Just not front running pace yet. But there's plenty of time, and we've also got the open setup, and we can twiddle some things in the open setup. So I'm going to go over and we're going to go and join that practice session now, because it'll be upon us in 15 minutes, the full race. So I might as well get in there and get going. Porsche. Register. Please be rain. Please be rain. I'd love that. Rain. It's just loading. So yeah, interesting race one. At least it was forward motion, and I think I retained my A license by the skin of my teeth. So at least we still got that. Doesn't really matter, but it's just a source of pride. So IMSA, in a nutshell, IMSA is multi-class. But it's very much like, if you've ever watched Le Mans, it's basically the same kind of same kind of cars and same kind of classes. Weather. Rain as possible. Right, well this is a practice session, so this has no bearing on the race session, but rain is possible. That's brilliant. Yes. My monitor is a Samsung G5 Odyssey 1000R 34-inch ultra wide. It's good. Not 34. No, it is 34. It's pretty good. I do miss my triple screens, but as far as single screening goes, this ain't too bad.
39 Celsius.
It's definitely made streaming and all that kind of stuff a bit more simplistic and easy. The seat is the GT Omega Inertia, which is only available in the UK and EU regions at the minute.
The leader has just done a 2.
It will become available in the US at some point. It's not available in Australia or Canada. But it's about 200, I think it's like 240 quid right now. And it's a bucket seat with brackets, with slider. It's mega cheap for a bucket seat because it's not FIA graded or anything like that. It doesn't need to be any of that, but it's clearly comfy enough. Smoky. Would I recommend it? Yeah. Personally though, I would say that triples, if you're not doing streaming and multi-monitor and PC switching from rig to PC and back again, because that's partly the reason why I changed from triples to single. The logic being that it would make it easier to switch displays from PC to rig and have the streaming handle the overlays properly, because it never did it right when I was on triples. It was like a house of cards and I was always worried that it would just tumble down. And once it did, it all just go wrong in the middle of a race, and our iRacing minimised. It was all a big old mess. I'd love to have the 49 inch, honestly I would, but there's two things that make it a bit.
Your exit is clear. Watch the white line.
There's two things that probably go against it. One is obviously the price, and two is obviously it's a lot of eggs in one basket, ain't it? You only need to hit it the wrong way once, and your whole screen's dead. So I saw it as a kind of a there's too many examples of the 49 inches getting broken, and I'm not exactly clumsy free either. But if money was no object, then yeah, I'd have it immediately, because I'd love to have the extra field of view. Sometimes there is just that little bit of track that I can't see, especially in hairpins and long sweeping corners. It does affect me having a single screen instead of triples, but not enough to counteract the benefits that I get for streaming and video recording. If you don't have to do any of that, and if your PC is dedicated to your sim rig, then there's no reason not to do triples. But if you are going to be confined to a single screen, then I think the 34 inch is pretty decent. Does well enough for me. So Andrew, you've come in just at the tail end of that little conversation, but I'm running a single 34 inch ultra wide Samsung Odyssey G5 1000R, and the 1000R means the radius of the screen. So because it's for sim racing, you kind of want it to have as big a radius as not big. You kind of want it to have quite a tight, small radius. So 1000R reflects how much it curves, I think. So if it was a 2000R, it wouldn't have as much of a curve on it. But for me, the main reason I'm not using triples is for simplicity, cleanliness, and ease of use, for two things that I do that a lot of you I'm probably not going to have to worry about, and that's changing equipment regularly, and also streaming, video recording, screen recording, that kind of stuff. It makes a difference. Just makes it a lot less of a headache. And also, I could never get the overlays I could never get overlays to work when I was on triple screens, because I had to use NVIDIA Surround. It was all just really janky. Whereas with the single screen, it works pretty flawlessly. The overlays are showing properly. It's all there, and I don't have to worry about it just kind of falling over.
P6. Sector 3 is 0.5 off the pace.
So there's potential for rain. Rain might be a factor in the races to come today. Not in the fixed setup series, but in the open setup, which is on the even hour. So the race we're about to go into, not too far away now,
Sector 1 time is good.
could have rain. That'd be awesome. I definitely like the open setup more than the fixed setup a little bit. Race Lab works good for me, but it's kind of a funny one. It's cheap enough not to kind of make me want to switch and have to sit and set up overlays. Entrenchment is a real thing. And if you're entrenched in one overlay setup and it works fine and it don't cost the earth, then you tend not to have much of an appetite just to change it for change's sake, especially now iOverlay is moving to a paid model, as they should, as they were always going to. If anybody thought it was going to be free forever, then sorry, that ain't the way things can really work. Same with Garage 61. I think it's still free, but I can't see it being free forever. The open setup is much better.
Sector 1 time's okay. Delete this lap, track limits.
I know I've read how much it's going to be somewhere, but it's not going to be any more than Race Labs, because Race Labs is a really developed product. It's quite impressive how much stuff is in there. It's really good. I don't use half of it. I don't even use an eighth of it. But the telemetry readout you can see at the bottom middle of the screen, that's Race Lab apps. The track map that's sitting at the top right, that's Race Lab apps as well. And the relative screen that's at the bottom left hand corner, that's Race Lab apps. Everything else on screen is native to iRacing. Yeah, I kind of like that. I didn't expect to take much notice of the track map, and to be fair, I don't really look at it in the race, but sometimes I do glance up there and catch that there's little purple sectors, green sectors. It's quite nice. Because this morning I tweaked it a little bit so that you could tell which car's me. As it was hard to tell last week and the week before.
Sector 2 is 0.7 off the pace.
So I like the open setup slightly better. But we're all hoping for one thing. Want some rain, man. Just going to do a practice start at the exit of the pit lane.
Track's clear. Push, push, push.
Oh, session starting. Here we go. Awesome. Place your bets. Wet or dry? Dry. It's going to be dry. It's going to be dry all the way. Boring. I'm sure there's going to be rain in one of the races coming today. There will. 100%.
Your exit looks clear. Stay behind the line.
Smell that clutch.
Yellow flag. Watch out. The track temperature's decreasing. It's now.
Would be cool if somebody could wire up like an air wick and an Arduino to kind of like deploy fragrances. The first person to do that. I'm still on 1.0 on the A license. That thing is hanging on by its fingernails. Thanks, Marion. So, Fortune favours the brave.
Pit exit looks clear. We've got 2 laps. Let's get this done.
Here we go. Really difficult braking on the cold tyres, so I need to remember that. I just thought of something I could do with the telemetry. Cool, awesome. Hopefully I can do that. There's no question about it. The open setup, I'm running from VRS at the minute. The open setup, I definitely prefer it. It's got a bit more traction, a bit more mid-corner grip. Just makes a bit more sense to me. Lost time there. Okay, it's a scratch lap. I think I'm gonna have to just rely on that first lap to I'm just gonna have to hope nobody improves. But the second lap is usually, for a lot of people, the second lap is usually faster, so I need to be careful now. I could get demoted. I'm just going to keep going. Get the additional 1 to 2 minutes of practice time. Alright, well Guillaume hasn't pipped me. Jason's done it by a long way too. That's a strong old time. I'm half expecting Harley Keeble to also improve, but that's a good time from Jason. Okay, just going to have a quick look at the tyre temperatures. Yeah, rear's definitely getting pushed more than the front, so I need to be careful of that through the course of the race. Sure wheel. Buddy buddy ba. I was really hoping that I'd be able to change the range of telemetry for the steering to make it a bit more pronounced, but I can't.
That's the end of the session, P2.
So we're starting from second. Well, Jay, the thing about that is actually in the last race, I was kind of a menace in the front pack. So weather is clear, it's going to be dry, no question. There's nothing on the radar, so there's no risk of rain. Shame, but there's plenty more races to go throughout the day. Just take a quick second to thank you guys for jumping on board and watching. Really appreciate it, and it genuinely makes these days more fun, just having you guys on my shoulder. And these streaming Tuesdays have been brilliant for harvesting clips, examples, things I can then turn into short form videos and so on. It's been perfect. So it's been just the oil I've needed for the gears. Here we go. There's probably about 3 times that my iRacing is that my license has been just skimming for 1.0A. Nah, Tarkus, it doesn't really matter if my
P2,
rating goes to
16
B.
laps.
It has no effect other than just being a pride thing.
Concentrate, be ready. Go, go, go.
Oh, that was a long red light, that was. Long, long, long red light. Right, he's over there.
Car left. Hold your line.
Whoa.
Still there.
Wow, Manu, what a flimming start from him.
Clear left.
Amazing stuff.
Car left. Still there. Still there.
Okay, I'm going to get shuffled here.
Still there.
Ooh. Right, yeah.
Clear left. Left side, clear left.
And lap one mugging is tradition in Porsche Cup. And I've obviously learnt nothing from race one. Ooh. That was so close to locking up. We're good, we're good. Are you really in a competitive race if that doesn't happen to you? Excellent stuff from the cars behind though. They really made me pay for that, and it was all clean as a whistle. You can't really ask for more, can you? Whether you're gaining or losing places, clean racing is what we're here for, isn't it? I feel as though I might have absent-mindedly kind of straddled the throttle and the brake for that turn one. Tyres haven't really switched on yet either. Yeah, I think I'm kind of straddling the two, more out of kind of a comfort blanket than anything. I do that naturally anyway to a degree, but I think I've been doing it more this race. It's definitely something I tend to do on lap one. I've noticed it. Hey, Hawk in the back. Thanks for joining.
That's the fastest lap of the race. The car in front has just done a 48.8.
And if you're wondering what bread overwhelmer means, watch my video on trail braking. It's an iconic moment. Real career defining stuff. Yeah, much appreciated, Horgan. Hopefully I can continue to deliver super cool stuff at an accelerating rate. I'm loving it so far.
The gap behind is now 0.7.
Yes, as of New Year, so basically this is like we're into month 7 now. I've been doing basically sim racing, video creation, all that kind of stuff. Everything I do, because I do a lot of stuff, but it's all been full time since New Year. It's been a
Okay, Daniel, don't let this guy distract you. The fastest lap
It's been good.
48.
Working super hard.
That's the fastest lap. The last lap time was 1:49.2. So to 1 is 0.5 off the pace.
This bucket seat's pretty good for the shoulder blades. There are some that do definitely dig in a little bit. Yeah. This seat is good for it. Doesn't hurt me, but everybody's shoulder blades are a bit different. Like, you might be broader set. If you're any broader set than I am, then you might find it to be a pain. But overall, this is a really good, nice, comfy bucket seat. I was actually quite surprised, to be fair. But if you're any bigger than a 36-inch waist, then this ain't the seat for you, because I'm 36 and it's if I was any more, it'd be too snug. I think Jason is Jason's set his position up in the lead pretty solidly, so it's basically a fight now between the three of us. I need to look after the rears more. Need to look after them more. Putting the brake bias forward just to relieve the pressure. Whoa, some fisticuffs there. Bucket seats are used in real life because the G-forces in actual race cars are actually pretty high, even in the normal, like if you take an MX-5 on a track day, just an MX-5, the cornering forces can actually be pretty high, and you need to be held solid in order to put your best kind of inputs in. So bucket seats are more to hold the driver still and hold them at the sides, because when the car's going around corners it can be difficult. So that's what it's all about, as well as safety. Because if you get a side impact in a regular car, you've got airbags, but in a racing car you don't. So it's halfway between performance and safety. Those two elements are basically why a bucket seat is used in cars that are made to go fast or be in motorsport. You're totally welcome, Faisal. You know, at the end of the day, nobody's born with this knowledge. You have to have read it, seen it, or heard it, or been told it from somewhere. Nobody knows this stuff just out of pocket. Give yourself credit for seeking the knowledge, you know. So at present, I'm using an Asetek Invicta, but it's tuned to 18 Newton meters, so it's not putting out any more than that, and I'm probably not utilising 100% of that either with iRacing's inbuilt settings. These two are having a right old go. The Invicta can go up to 27 Newton meters, which really is mad. I think the main thing to remember is that $18 Newton meters on a 270mm wheel, like the Fanatec F1 rim, is totally different from 18 Newton meters on a 330mm rim, which is what I'm currently using. I'm currently using the Asetek Open D Suede rim, but it's 330mm. That's a pretty big wheel. So the bigger the wheel you're using, the more leverage you've got against the force feedback, so it feels weaker, so you almost need a stronger base. To kind of compensate and drive it. Look at these two. Yeah, 8 Newton meters can feel like plenty, especially on a smaller rim. If you're on a Fanatec F1 rim, for example, that's probably the smallest rim that that's the smallest popular rim. That's the first one I had. I loved it. I loved it. I still remember the day I opened the box and pulled that F1 wheel out. Blew my mind.
Going along the going front, the gap is 0.5.
These guys are going to destroy their tyres, I think. I'm trying to look after mine because I think heat and wear is definitely going to be a factor. Whoa, a bit like that. Let's not do that. Halfway through, crikey, I'm absolutely boiling.
Halfway home, feels good.
Wow, Harley is struggling now.
Whoa! Still there. Hold your line. Still there. He's still there. Clear left. Car right.
There we go.
Hold your line. Right side's clear.
It's not going to be enough.
Side's clear. Car right.
Well, it was enough, as it turns out. Wow, Harley, what an awesome battle that was.
Hold your nerve, just keep it smooth.
Perfectly executed. Perfectly controlled, especially on his tyres. They will be absolutely screaming now. Excellent stuff. Whoa!
On your right, clear right. Come on, don't let him get away.
If you're wondering why I've got a 1.0 A rating right now, that's probably the reason.
The gap in front is now not maintained.
Spooned it. Still 6 laps to go though. There's so much that can happen still. But one excellent fight back from Harley. Excellent defence.
Fastest lap for Chen, 148.3. Time was at 150.4.
I love Hungaroring, but right now it's not loving me back. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, yeah, go that way. Well, that's one done. Wow, wow, wow. Cheers, Hawkin. I'm also really happy you found the channel. It's nice, the fact that, you know, I've been going for 4 years now and there's still new faces all the time.
The gap ahead is now 1.6.
Just jump straight into 8 Newton meters. You may as well. Plus it'll really knock your socks off then. You'll absolutely love it. You'll not believe what you've been missing. That's to you, Viperian. Come on. Yeah, go straight in with a boost pack. It's not gonna twist your arm off, but no reason to hang around on the 5 Nm if you've got a booster pack right there. Go for it. You'll love it. There's no doubt about it. I would much sooner race with the boost pack than without it. The experience is totally different. I think my problem here is that I'm not kind of I don't think I'm using the strengths that I know I have, so I'm always really powerful in straight line braking, not so much in these curved braking zones that Hungaroring has so many of. I think I need to actually change my approaches to some of these corners. He says.
Yellow flag.
What do we do for a yellow flag? Floor it.
clear left.
Now you see, we do everything here. I say we. Kinda yet to really strike the groove properly, but I know I can. I love Hungaroring, but it's not been. I've not been on the pace quite to the extent I would normally be.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 35 Celsius.
I think there's something about Hungaroring that kind of goes left when I go right. Wow.
You've just done 48.8, sector 3 is 0.3 off the pace.
Oh yeah, Paul, what happened to the Club Sport DD? Well, you buy something, you review it, and if you don't think there's much more to add, then it could be sold. If it was a review unit, i.e. if Asetek had sent that to me, then I would still have it, no doubt. But because I bought it, and because I've got an Asetek Invicta to basically use and review as well, no point keeping it until there's something new to say. Full Force is still not implemented, and with all the general chaos and turmoil that surrounds, you know, Asetek right now, not only that, but you know, if I do need another one, then I'll just buy it again, and then I can report on how long that took to arrive and all, because apparently it's getting better, but you know. But yeah, that's basically what happened. I can't leave 600 quid sitting on a box on the shelf in case I need it a year down the line or whatever. In the meantime, I've got my CSL DD still. If I want to touch on any kind of Asetek accessories, that still works. So, as I said to somebody else in the comments, if I sell some equipment that I bought...
Okay.
Oh, the race has ended. Wow. Me selling equipment does not equate to me not liking it. I loved the Club Sport DD, thought it was great. But I can't endlessly buy stuff and not have to sell or bequeath some of it. Some of that cash has got to come back out again. Wow. The Great Gur, Asetek factory issues, I would take that with a massive pinch of salt. All the news cycle that's just swirling around them in a minute, it's none of it is concrete. And there's just so much opinion and kind of information just swirling around, and at this point nobody knows anything for sure. The only thing that does make sense to me is the fact that Asetek is a successful business. So do not, if you hear some news that basically says that I don't know, it's a power struggle, and you only struggle for power over something that's actually worth something. So I just think that it's all kind of up in the air because of management's internal tussles, and you know, it just gets a bit weary. And for some people, it's too juicy a fruit not to not to just release something out there that's just basically speculation. So speculation around Fanatec is currently rife, and every other manufacturer's probably breathing a sigh of relief because it takes the heat off them. And a year from now, who knows what else is going to be in the news cycle. But I would take stuff like that with a great deal of skepticism. But it would be nice when they get their act together again. It would be nice to sort of just kind of go back to the good times when everything just worked, and you know. Yeah, your safety rating is still active after. Let's see how close I was to Harley as well. Your safety rating is still active. So did I 1 minute 50? That must have been it. Oh no, that was when. So it was earlier than that. There we go. So let's have a look at this masterclass defense. Really, really good from Harley here. So he gets it all wrong here. His tyres are screaming. He'll have no traction from there. Pull alongside. He squeezes me all the way over to the inside to make it as difficult for me as he can, and that works because now he can swing it all the way around the outside and keep the momentum up. And it gets the inside line for the corner that follows, and he keeps it, but he goes wide. I sneak in the gap that he creates. Same again. Holds the inside. But this time he doesn't go wide. He gets a great exit and a good drive. I'm probably the one that's a bit wider out of there, but I get more momentum. Just slightly more momentum as a result of that. Took him behind him for the slipstream, but he's covering off the inside. Otherwise I would absolutely go to the inside. And then as soon as we overlap, he pushes me over, and he just keeps it on track. It's brilliant. Brilliant stuff. That is how to defend. He did everything he needed to there, and my tyres would have been in better shape than his. But then let's see what happens to me. Yeah, there we go. So complete brain disconnect. Vic's still here. Track temperature was something like, well, the temperature is 22, so the track temperature I reckon would have been about 30, something like that. Yeah, if you already got Fanatec right now, there's no real reason to kind of squash it all and move to anyone else, unless you just kind of wanted to. And just wanting to, for no particular reason, is actually a very good reason. But it's all kind of headline drama. It doesn't look good for them. It almost feels intentional, all the stuff that's gone wrong with them in the past year. And in the context of the so-called events happening around them, it doesn't exactly, you know. But I think there's going to be a lot more news and drama to come before a lid is finally put on the Fanatec potential acquisition, all that kind of stuff. And I just feel for the staff, because, you know, just it can't be good just thinking, oh, you know, it's like the head of a family. If the head of a family is not is not in the right kind of headspace, then everyone else suffers. And that's generally what's happening at Fanatec with the management. But orders are still being fulfilled to the best of my knowledge. It's just not good from a PR point of view. PR has always been from me getting back into all of this in 2020. Fanatec's PR has always been one of their Achilles heels, and they needed a good PR department to kind of get through this. And I would say categorically that they have been on the wrong side of the news cycles more often than the right side, and it don't do anybody any good. I'll always have a soft spot because it was the manufacturer that I entered the renewed sim racing renaissance with back in 2020. I adored my CSL Elite. Blew my simple mind after running on a G29 for so long. And shipping wasn't even much of an issue until they switched logistics partners. Then it's just like what used to take a week started taking a month for no good reason. Right, back onto the fixed setup series, so I'm going to jump in. But in general, treat all the news you hear with extreme skepticism. And that's partly the reason why I've made no official, well, I've made no attempt to speculate personally. I'm a cautious kind of guy anyway. I would never say something that isn't true, that I couldn't prove to be true. If I say something, it's got to have a reference, otherwise do not say it. And some people are saying some wild stuff that I would never dream of saying without it being actually written in stone and true. But it's the internet. You know, what can you do? Anything can say anything on the internet. Right, just a quick catch up on some of the messages because that was so intense. I was kind of like in the zone. What do I think of Moser products? I think they've lost their steam a little bit. They came in pretty strong, but they've kind of run out of momentum. They've not really kind of done much exciting recently, but they're still good. They're still good, but I think that Simagic are going to just swallow them up, because Simagic does what Moser does, but basically better, as far as I can see. There's a part of me that thinks that Moser and Simagic are basically two branches of the same tree, because there's so much that's similar about them. Like the CRP pedals just seem to be so similar to the P1000 pedals in some really kind of inextricable ways. It's almost like they're engineering siblings. And Faisal, I don't want to toot my own trumpet here, but I'm in my mid-30s. I think there comes a point where you just kind of you've been around long enough to not really kind of be tribal about any of this stuff. You just gotta call a spade a spade. If I buy some equipment, I don't become like a tribal kind of guy about it. That was something I would be more prone to in my late teens and early 20s, because I had a VW Polo. That was my first car, a Volkswagen Polo Mark II, and I was mad for it. I was absolutely mad for it. I was like super into it, and that was kind of a tribal interest. I was like, yeah, Polo. Yeah, I've got a Polo. That's awesome. Saxos and Corsas are rubbish. Whereas nowadays,
Exit is clear. Don't cross the line.
I'd just be like, everything's cool. I think it's an age and experience kind of thing. When you've done enough, you're not prone to the same kind of extreme opinions that we're all liable to have when we're younger. Yeah, same with BlackBerries, iPhones, Androids, all that kind of stuff. The fact that some people will... There's an age above which arguing about this stuff just doesn't really give the right impression. You know, you expect that kind of behaviour from younger people. I was one, I know what it's like. But if you're above the age of 30 and you're still saying stuff that's like, oh, my thing's better than your thing, then just, you know, calm down a bit. It's alright. Oh yeah, Hawking, the La Prima, I think is... I'd recommend the La Prima above the Invicta, just because of the sheer kind of value performance per pound spent. I really did think a lot of the La Prima bundle. I've still got it upstairs in storage. But the Invicta, definitely performance-wise, is better. The straight line braking is obscene. It fits me really well, and you've just got to find the thing that fits you. That's on paper that's a shame, because. And I don't follow football. I'm just going to be honest. I don't follow football, but I do follow the sort of like big national games, like the final. Watch that. Thought it was alright, but it's just, you can see it. Every time England gets a goal into their... Every time England gets a... not a goal. Every time England gets a ball into their half, it just runs out of steam. Yeah, Asetek, without a presence in New Zealand, that's the trouble with well, I would say I feel sorry for you, but New Zealand's beautiful, so, you know, that's the consolation prize for you. I think football is a lot like motorsport in that if you watch it and you don't know the intricacies of it, a lot of it just doesn't make sense. If you watch football, it's the same old thing whereby casual viewers will always moan about, you know, oh, why are they passing it back? Why are they passing it back all the time? Go forward, go forward. Well, there's a purpose to passing it back, but it's about using it in the right space in the right time. There's a time and a place to use that. But it feels as though England never makes an attempt on target unless it's the absolute prime conditions to make a shot. Whereas that equaliser against Spain was that lad Palmer. He absolutely lamped it from so far away. And it went in. It's almost like maybe the best strategy for England is just to play like they normally play, and then in the last 10 minutes go completely nuts and play like someone else. Because, you know, the Spanish keeper's probably, you know, resting up against the goalpost unless England are literally
Just done it, 149.
10 metres away from the goal, because he knows they're not even going to make a shot unless they're that close. And you know, if you lull them into a false sense of security, you got a sitting duck goalkeeper there that won't be expecting a shot from half a mile away, like what Palmer did. That's amazing. It was very un-England-esque, and that's why it was so surprising. But anyway, we're all armchair analytics. You know, it's not like the players wouldn't have their own opinions. They're all, yeah, I know. I don't follow football, but I damn sure have an opinion. Isn't that kind of how it goes? But I don't follow football, but I completely understand why people do, because it's such a, it really is a beautiful game, because it can go
off the pace.
either end of the pitch, and it can change so quick. You know, with racing, and I also understand why people don't like racing, because it's just cars following each other around the track, and sometimes it can feel like that. If Verstappen is 15 seconds ahead of a whole field, how likely is it that anything interesting is going to happen? Probably nothing, bar a freak occurrence. Whereas even when a team is like 3-1 down, there's always the risk of something happening. I think personally motorsport fans have got too much on their plate criticising Ferrari to worry about football. Ferrari's strategy team is our Southgate, and recently McLaren. Yeah, that Silverstone F1 race was legendary. I attended on a Friday to see some in person. Quite nice, but Silverstone Silverstone's took the magic out of it itself. Silverstone is one track where it's just better to watch it on telly, because they've sucked all the fun out of actually going to some degree.
It's now 40 Celsius.
With Silverstone, there used to be pretty straightforward tiers. General admission meant walking around, and you could watch up from the side of a track in any of the viewing areas, and there are a load at Silverstone. It's a big old track, and if you had if you had a ticket for one of the stands or the grandstands, then fine. So you either had general admission or a ticket for any of the grandstands. Easy. Nowadays, any food that you buy is like a billion quid. We're talking 15 quid for just a basic tray of food. I say basic because it is pretty nice, but 15 quid, £8 a pint. Oop. But anyway, my point was that nowadays, when you go to Silverstone, general admission doesn't get you everywhere on foot. Now you've got general admission plus, which is like they're just trying to punch money out of you like a punch bag, and it really takes the shine off it. It takes the magic out of it. As soon as you go somewhere and you feel like you're being upsold, then even if you're not actually taking part in even if you say no, the mere fact that they would try and do that just kind of makes you...
Okay, Daniel, we've got 2 laps to get the job done.
It just kind of takes the magic out of it, because you can feel there's an atmosphere of just being nickeled and dimed. And I definitely felt that at Silverstone on the Friday. The fact that there's premium standing tickets, there should be no such thing, surely. British GT is a great day. That's always a good time. And I've been to Donington Park a couple of times recently. I'll be going there again in the back half of the year.
Increasing. It's now 42 Celsius.
So if you buy a ticket for Silverstone F1, then you obviously get like access to the track's grounds, etc. There's like a stage area. There's 101,000 food and merch vans, but they cost an arm and a leg. The brand new apartment buildings that they've built on the Maggers and Beckett sequence is a good kind of, it's a good poster boy for what Silverstone is now. It's money. It's money, and yet it's got none of the kind of prestige of Monaco or anything like that. They're just taking advantage of the fact that the UK is a relatively wealthy country and people really like F1 here. But at least everybody had an awesome, cracking race. That was a brilliant race, that was. But I watched it on telly, and I was able to see all of the beats of the race, all of the drama. Cheers, Vivo, much appreciated, and thanks for bearing that in mind. It does make a difference. Oh, right, off track. Oh, this lap is not valid. But I got another one in the bank, so just going to warm the tyres up and hopefully put a decent one in. Yeah, F1 is money. I'll tell you what is actually surprisingly good though, which I would never have expected. The F1 arcade. There's one in Birmingham and one in London, and Birmingham's pretty close to me, so I went to that one. It was actually arranged as a birthday present. And I was really taken aback by that, because I expected there to be maybe like 8 pods, you know, like 8 little simulator pods. 60 simulator pods at F1 Arcade Birmingham. 60 simulator pods, all motion rigs, all with Husingveld Ultimate pedals, all of them just meticulously, really well done. So to their credit, they have not done that half. It's not half a job there. F1 Arcade in Birmingham at least is way better than you would expect an F1 kind of sponsored sim arcade to be. And it was very easy for mates to jump in with various levels of experience. Oh, this lap's in the bin. It's not invalidated, but it's not going to be fast either. No idea where this is going to put me. Okay, third, not bad. in fighting distance. The Abu Dhabi GP. Don't remind me. Don't remind me about that. Hey, yeah, cheers Steve. Cheers for catching us live. So the Abu Dhabi GP. So 2021 Abu Dhabi, we all remember that. Well, I didn't watch that race. We'd followed the whole season in 2021. The whole lot. So we'd followed all of the dramas from start to finish, all of the dramas. Unbelievable season. Ridiculous. But on the in the season finale, due to a scheduling mishap, we ended up having a Sunday roast with family that isn't always necessarily around, so you know you can't really miss that while the race was going on. And just imagine missing Abu Dhabi 2021. Just imagine missing it and having a total media blackout on your phone, so you're not checking your phone, you have heard no news. And imagine turning on Sky and just having the presenters standing around and going basically to the effect of, well, that was the most dramatic F1 race that we will probably ever see. And I was just like, what are you talking about?
Track temperature
You can't be serious.
39 Celsius.
Exactly. You know, as funny as it is to miss such a legendary race, I wasn't in it. It don't really matter to me, and you know you can watch that stuff back, but you know it was just funny. It would only happen to us, basically. That's the sort of stuff that does really only happen to me. It'll be the one time we just go, it'll be fine, we'll watch it later on catch up. Because you assume it's going to be like many other F1 races where, you know, it's kind of a done deal after lap 10. Even though Silverstone absolutely was not like that. P4 on the grid, Harley Keeble is P1. That was the guy who put up the ridiculously good defense last race, so good luck trying to get around him. I like George Russell. I'm not a big fan of Lando Norris because I think that he might be sort of getting squashed by the bigger personalities around him. I think that apology that after that Red Bull contact, him coming out and saying that Max doesn't need to apologise for that, you can think it, but saying it, it's kind of like laying down the doormat, if you ask me. You can't do that with Verstappen. You can't do that. So I think he's going to come to regret saying that and giving him that kind of emotional leeway, almost. I think Verstappen knows that Norris is never going to be a threat so long as he has that attitude. I like Piastri. Definitely, I like him. And obviously Hamilton, love him.
The air temp is 24 Celsius, P4.
Here we go.
Alright Daniel, get ready. Green, green, green.
Alright, just survive.
Starts okay. Let's get settled in.
Okay, clean. It's clean. It's a lap. I want to look after the tyres. I think they will come in handy later. Everybody's got their head screwed on. Am I gonna?
The leader has just done a 148.8. The car ahead has just done a 149.0.
Nope. There's no baiting in there. Up. Okay, I've lost the space, but at least I'm actually still alive. Oh, no, you kidding me? Oh man, it's okay. We're good. We're still in the earshot. That Guillaume fella must be kicking himself. He lost the rear end on the last race and all. Okay, head down, let's get him.
Okay, Daniel, gaining on the car in front. The gap's now 0.7.
Yeah, I could just visualise that guy pinging off a barrier and coming back on track. Still hanging on to that 1.0 A license. That's so crazy. And Marcus is caught right up with Harley. So they could have a tussle that brings them closer to us. None of this is over. He opened the door. Okay, let's hunt down the front. Hunt down the front two. Hunt them down. Hunt them down. Hunt them down. If I'm still A licensed by the end of the day, I will be gobsmacked.
You're pulling away from the guy behind. The gap's now 1.1 seconds.
Right, operation look after the rear tyres. Is go. Gotta do that. That will pay off so much. Right, need to sort out the braking point for that. That's way too late, losing time. GT3 has more in common with GT4 than Porsche Cup does, because GT3 you've still got your ABS and traction control. So I would jump over to GT3. However, if in the GT3 series you ever feel bored, come over to Porsche Cup.
Leader's just 48.5.
unnecessary off track.
Okay, Daniel.
I'm so totally B right now. Yeah, A is overrated. B is a much cooler number. Letter.
You're in the sky. The gap's now 2.9 seconds.
Right, I reckon there's something fundamentally wrong with my approach. So I'm going to try flicking brake bias forward quite a bit.
Okay,
I'm getting little rear struggles.
P3.
And I think that might be harming general confidence, might also be causing rear tyre heat. And I don't feel like I can lean on the front end in those kind of awkward trail braking sections. So I'm going to do something about it. 6 more laps.
That's the fastest lap of the race.
So brake bias at the minute is 44%. I don't know what that's relative to, got no idea, but I'm just playing it by ear. The percentage rule probably doesn't really matter, it's how it feels for you. So my percentage could be completely different to what yours would be for a comfy and cozy setup, but just set my fastest lap, so you know, rear feels more stable, front end feels more reliable. I think it was just a little bit too far rearwards, even with the speed. Okay, I've been humbled. But these two just outpace.
The gap in front has increased. It's now about 3.7 seconds.
After this race has ended, I'm gonna actually delve into something I don't normally do because I don't feel the need to anymore. But I'm gonna delve into the telemetry, see what I'm doing that's just so wrong, so I can adapt to it. Because at other tracks, Harley is usually behind. Not far, but he is usually behind. And at Hungaroring, he's absolutely pasting me. So that tells me that I've got something fundamentally wrong. My line, front lock up. My line, my inputs are wrong, and I need to do something about it before I sleepwalk into multiple races. I mean, solid results, yeah, but when you just know, you just know. And I just know that I'm doing the mental equivalent of like grinding gears here. I should be doing better than this. Yeah, they certainly do. that's the one thing to always remember, is that your performance relative to others can change from track to track. It's just the way it is. And that's why some cars can suit you way better than others. But this track is definitely not suiting me, even though I do love it. I'm kind of in a bridesmaid position here, whereby I'm nowhere near the front pack, but I'm nowhere near the midfield either. Just on my own.
The gap in front is now 5.2 seconds.
Yeah, that turn one was better, but the last lap was so rubbish. That's where that kind of delta difference come from. But the rest of the lap was also pretty pants. Before, we're a full second up on the lap previously. Yeah, you're right, Hawkin. That's basically the attitude towards iRacing. iRacing is more about having the dependability to finish races reasonably well and always be stepping forward. I'd argue that iRacing is probably a better indicator of safety than safety rating is. For the most part, at least. That was a nice last corner.
2 laps left, come on, you're looking good for a podium, fastest lap.
That's how it gets you, Paul. But look at it this way: you only ever have to buy it once, pretty much. The fact that I still regularly race on tracks that I bought 14 years ago is insane. at least this is kind of setting a decent baseline to look at the telemetry with. All we need is rain. So the next race is the open setup side, and weather could be a factor. It's definitely a possibility. Definitely rains at Hungaroring in real life, so should be a factor at some point, surely. Okay. Not too bad, not too shabby. At least it's progress. But
great drive, that's a podium.
I'm getting absolutely bombarded. So, right guys, in the background, because obviously iRacing will still be on screen, but in the background I am setting up a little peek into the telemetry. Aim type at car. No, at group dampen camera. There we go. Something for your eyes to look at while we're doing this. So, yeah, VRS is just log in, and we're going to have a little delve into the telemetry to understand why things ain't quite going the way I would hope, pace-wise. So I use VRS for this kind of stuff. It's definitely the tool that I've had the most experience with over the years, and it's the one I'm most comfortable with. Gives you loads of cool information, but it's just uploading the laps and telemetry from the session I just did, so we just need to wait a sec. And that will highlight to me where I'm probably going habitually wrong. It's a habitual problem, what I'm doing. Okay. Hi. Okay. Add source window. Okay, there we go. So, just going to stretch that over. and put it underneath me. There we go. Okay, so this, what you're seeing here, and I'd love to start doing something with VRS. They've been around for ages, and I've used them. I used them early on, and to coach Dean as well, my usual teammate, mate as well. So I'm going into my recent stint. This will tell me basically where I'm losing time compared to the Pro. And I've used this before, so it ain't too tricky for me to find what I need to find. But bear with me, if you're watching and none of this is making sense, it will. Porsche Cup, Porsche Cup, Porsche Cup, PPPP. Oh no, it starts with an I. So the only thing I don't like about VRS is the fact that you have to kind of go fishing. There's got to be an easier way. There we go. Why is it at the bottom? That makes no sense. Okay. So my fastest lap 1:48.7, and theirs is a 1:47.8, and they may have a different setup on, but here we go. Okay, so now what you're seeing in the background, and I will zoom in on the important stuff, is this is a breakdown of my fastest lap versus the VRS Professionals fastest lap. It doesn't really matter about the fact that my lap was set in a quali setup. It doesn't matter at all. What I'm looking for is habits. What am I doing? So turn 2 and 3 is really bad, and I'm losing half a second to the Pro, and I'm thinking that possibly I kind of scuffed that one, but that's where it is. So my line is much looser. I'm going out too wide. Yeah, I think that's probably a bad example then. Never mind. In fact, let me change it. I'll change it to optimal lap. There's his optimal lap. That way you get a sector by sector comparison. Okay, so according to that, my optimal lap in that session was still the one where I went out wide, but I still lose over 4 attempts to the Pros. So my entry is the same. I'm also going in deeper, so I don't know if you can see that, but I am the blue line. The Pro is a red line, and my throttle stays on much longer, so I'm steaming into that turn 2 too hard, and that means that I've got a higher average speed for most of the corner, but then it really dips down. And speed ain't everything, it's distance as well. So speed and distance are linked. So I really need to hug that inside line, and I just need to make sure I don't go in too deep for that, because that's basically the main issue. Just going to turn that back to 100%. So turn 1, there's only a 10th in it, but a 10th is a 10th. I'm braking slightly earlier, and there's really not much there. That could be general variance. But what is happening is that my throttle spikes. My throttle spikes a bit, so my throttle application isn't as smooth as it could be. But it is at the same point, so I've really just got to sharpen it up a bit and just try not to scuff that. But that turn 2-3 is a definite thing that I'm hurting on. And it's just temps here, there, and everywhere. So turn 5. Yeah, turn 5 is just after you come over the crest of that hill, that little sort of left turn over the hill. I am, as somebody pointed out in the comments earlier, I'm not opening up that corner enough. So I'm off the road, and my entry to that corner, I'm the blue line, the Pro is the red line. I'm ruining my entry to turn 5. I am faster than the Pro through turn 4 on my optimal lap. But that usually comes at the expense of the corner that follows. So overall I lose time. Smokey, this VRS is excellent. Honestly, I mean, I know I'm a bit of a mercenary, so you don't see it quite so much because they don't currently have a referral program or anything like that. And you know, I love that kind of stuff. But and also, it's been a long time since I've delved into the telemetry because I kind of just go off experience now. But in the earlier days, VRS was blooming invaluable to me. And there are other tools that do this kind of stuff like Garage 61, but VRS has always been my go-to when it comes to telemetry analysis. It's so easy to me, and I like the look of it. It's really clean. Turn 12. There's just so little in it. I'm braking a little harder and maintaining it for longer. Yeah, Coach Dave is introducing something like this, but I don't think it's quite cooked yet. Not just yet. VRS is certainly the more mature product in that regard. But I like the look of what they're doing. It's just not quite enough to tear me away from VRS. Nothing's really succeeded in tearing me away from VRS for this exact task that I'm showing to you now. They've all got their little strengths and all that kind of stuff. You know, VRS is iRacing only, whereas Coach Dave is everything. So you do get quite a lot for the subscription, but it depends on whether that's what you're looking for. Turn 13, a tenth and a half lost, and I think it's going to be much the same kind of story. I'm braking much harder. I'm lunging it. Popometer, I've heard of that before. Well, I've never really delved into it deeply, but I know that they do something similar. It's just time. Because VRS has worked so well for me, I've just kind of latched onto it and never really changed to anything else. Because if it works, it works. I ain't got all the time in the world to experiment. So it's a case of the day that VRS doesn't do this kind of stuff as well as I want it to, then that will be the day that I look to switch. But until then, I'm a paid up subscriber. Same kind of story for turn 13. I think I'm not hugging it enough. I'm not hugging it enough. I'm going a bit too deep. So I'm trying to late apex these corners and it ain't quite working for me. Because the whole point of a late apex is to cut back on yourself and straighten out the exit. But what I'm actually doing is going in and lunging deep, and then I'm still having a quite a wide radius on exit. So I'm taking all the disadvantages of a late apex without reaping any of the benefits. So generally speaking, it looks like I brake later than the Pro at most of these corners. Definitely. I'm braking later and slightly harder than the Pro. And that is probably compromising my ability to just make the apex. It's just too much aggression. But that turn 3, if that really is my optimal sector in that particular session, then I need my head looking at, because that's crazy. So, gotta hug it, gotta tighten turn 3 to open up turn 2, turn 2 to open up turn 3. Okay, next race is in 5 minutes. I'm going to quickly just dart up and stretch my legs and whatnot, and then we'll get into it. So I'll be back in just a moment, but that was a little, basically like a little sort of crash course on how I use VRS. But I'm sure there'll be more on it soon, because I'm trying to get them to do something with a referral program or something like that. That'd be excellent. But otherwise, it just pops up every now and then because I use it on stream, or I use it to demonstrate telemetry. But I've really needed it then. My driving needs a good old look at and like a bird's eye view of what I'm doing wrong, and that's basically it. VRS is not the only tool that does that. There is Garage 61, which I think is still currently free, but it's a little bit more community based and looser. And VRS includes for setups as well. But I typically do tend to use VRS, tends to gel well with me in terms of setup style. But Craig's setup shop was also pretty good and all. I used that for a while. Choice is endless. So I'm going to be back in a minute. Just a moment, don't go anywhere, and we'll get straight back into the next race with a fresh head, maybe some refreshed pace. I'll be back in a moment. I forgot I need to register for that thing, don't I? Register. Flipping it, that was close. Yeah, that was a bit too close. I'm just going to click join and then I'll be back in 20 seconds.
track temperature is decreasing. It's now 34 Celsius.
I cannot believe I nearly missed that race just because I didn't register.
Exit looks clear.
15 seconds made the difference.
Job done, mate.
Crazy. Right, let's see if we can apply any of that. Any of that lovely juicy telemetry. Hey, well, that's not going to do it. Me being too greedy on that throttle over that bumpy stuff. It's alright, we're not in black flags, we've got time. Right, first flyer. Hang on a minute. Oh, I hope this doesn't mess anything up. Why am I in the race setup?
exit's clear. Stay behind the white line.
Okay, I've still got time. Still got time. But I nearly tried to do a qualifying lap on full race fuel, which obviously would be bad. But this means I only have one shot. I need to get my tyres on, switched on. Morning, Adam. Okay, quality lap, go. Not the best. Okay, it's good, it's good. Oh.
B2.
Wow, that is better. Okay. Especially for a lap under pressure. And with only one warm-up lap. Okay. And that's also with doing a bad job of turn 5, I think. Cheers, Adam, much appreciated. You know, that's the whole reason I do it. Yeah, so that's the second place on the grid, despite messing up that.
P2.
Despite messing up that turn 5 right there. I reckon if I'd have nailed that, that might have been pole. Because Jason Chen is only a little bit away from me. And remember, at the first race of today, Jason Chen was on another world, and so was Harley to a degree. So that little kind of mental rejig, if it sticks, I mean, I really hope it sticks, but that little mental rejig is exactly what I needed. What's the weather doing? Weather, it's dry. Come on, really want a wet race today. Snetterton was so good because of all the weather. Thanks, folks. Let's turn this around. So Harley is basically our pace boat. Our pace boat. If we beat Harley, then we've really improved. Because he's been outclassing me all day today.
B2, 16 laps. Get ready. Go.
Good launch from Harley. There he goes.
Clear left. Left side.
Oh, here we go.
Hold your line. Clear left. Left side. Still there. Clear left.
Ah!
Alright,
No, thank you.
We can build something from here.
Well played, Harley. Good launch. Good overtake. This is good. This is good. They're no longer dropping me through these last sequences now that my focus is on just chilling out a bit. Oh, I was trying to cut back then. That would have been awesome. What a difference! What a difference this has made!
The leader was just on 48.4. That one was at 48.9. Car left. Still there. Clear left.
We have just overtaken Harley.
Come on, Daniel. Nicely done.
Beauty. What a difference that's made. I mean, I expected a little bit of an improvement, but not like that. Just goes to show. Yet sometimes you just got to look at your habits. You got to look at yourself. Unbelievable. Very happy with that. That's crazy. Yeah. Instant new video right there. Ridiculous. This is when I scroll to my fuel black box and discover I'm on the quali set. Those corners definitely look a lot more poised. They feel so much better now. Yeah, it feels way more stable, and I think I'm pushing the rears a lot less, so it's going to help with late race pace.
The gap to Jen ahead is now 1.7 seconds.
Okay, Harley's made a mistake. That's dropped him right back. He's now 4 seconds behind, so it's basically...
Was at 148.2.
Yeah, I've been changed. That maroon one was getting pretty sweaty by the end of race 3. But that's amazing. What a transformation. That little bit of poking into the telemetry, I basically just coached myself into finding so much race pace. In a nutshell, it's just those awful little horseshoe turns. Just try not to make such a big deal out of them. Open them up. Don't brake so hard. Hug the insides and just keep it stable. Don't make a big song and dance about it. And that has allowed me to overtake somebody who has been consistently faster than us in the earlier races. Ridiculous. I never expected that dramatic an effect, and we're now gaining on first. Just got to look after them rears, don't burn them up. But lap 5 into lap 16, and another fastest lap of the race. This kind of feels like old me again. The races this morning have not been, they've not really felt like kind of connected. We just need to keep the pressure on Jason now. Oh. And try not to do any spills of my own. So, in between this race and the last, I've had a little look through my telemetry on using VRS. That's my go-to when it comes to analysing my laps, which is not something I do very often now. I kind of lulled myself into a false sense of experience, I guess. But I've had a good look through that, and it told me that I was attacking these corners, these never-ending kind of 180-degree corners, just too hard. I was making a double apex out of it, and just going into it too hot, too hard, double apexing them. Whereas in reality, you just need to kind of be chill. So nothing to do with the setup. Just brake a little bit earlier and a bit softer, keep the car stable. And as a result of that, pace has been catapulted into another step up.
Gap to Jen ahead is now 1.7 seconds.
At least on this track. It was the track that was the challenge, really. I just need to see some signs of weakness in
He fastest lap from Jen, 147.9.
yeah, VRS is the go-to service for me. I've been using that since like literally since 2020. Don't use it quite so much for telemetry anymore, mostly for setups as and when I need them. But I could tell that I was because I'm recognising the names I'm racing against, like Harley and Dali. That's not intentional. That just happens to be the names of two people I'm racing with quite a lot in this time slot. But because they were ahead of me when they're normally, you know, equivalent or behind slightly, I knew I was doing something badly wrong. My approach needed a look at. So I dove into the telemetry and had a word with myself don't need an expert to really piece it together. It's pretty obvious what I was doing wrong, going in too late, too aggressively into some corners, which ain't like me. And I'm not seeing Jason putting a foot wrong so far. So, oh yeah, t-shirt change as well. This is a sports t-shirt. Wasn't wearing a sports t-shirt before, so good point. Of course that would make me faster. So obvious now. Need to look after the rears a bit more, just a bit more. Right.
Clear right.
Fair enough. Well, we come out of that with a couple of attempts down. I think he's got just enough to keep up. But he only needs to get it wrong once and we'll be on him. And I'm losing it again. Right, need to rein it in. Whoa! See, I need Jason to make a couple of mistakes like that. You know? absorb that. A couple of them sprinkled in would do me just fine. Yeah, he's done good. Yeah, it would help if I stopped doing them. It's not over.
You've just done 48.6. The gap to Jen ahead is increasing. It's now 3.9 seconds.
It's all about keeping that average speed up in those turns. That's what I need to focus on. Average speed, shortest distance, better things to focus on with those turns. But otherwise, I'm happy with that. Excellent pace from Jason though, and consistency. I've definitely made more mistakes than he has, and that's why we've been separated, even though the pace initially was pretty similar. He's done a better job generally keeping all of his laps pinned to his optimal.
2 to go. Keep it together. We'll be on the podium. That was 148.6.
Oh, that felt like a good section there. That was a good strong section. More of that would be great. Last lap.
Okay, Daniel, 1 more to go. Keep it together, we'll be on the podium. Your lap time was 148.3. Left side, clear left.
That was a really satisfying drive. Just safe in the knowledge of it. Kind of safe in the knowledge that I'm kind of back where I should have been. I mean, keeping pace for Jason was a surprise. But yeah, getting past Harley, that's a distinct improvement.
Great drive, that's a podium.
Before and after checking the telemetry, so what an advertisement that would be. Excellent stuff. Wow. What a difference that made. Drove a bit cleaner, and also maybe my A license will survive. Jason's response to my message. You. Oh yeah, cool. That makes more sense.
Should be about 2 laps remaining on this tank. 2.5 litres per lap. Should be about 2 laps of fuel left. 2.5 litres per lap. We estimate 2 laps of fuel remaining. 2.5 litres per lap. We think about 2 laps remaining on this tank. 2.5 litres per lap.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. Ah, that's satisfying. Satisfying as out. Right. Hey Magnum. Let's have a look back at that one then.
I think about 2 laps of fuel remaining. 2.5 litres per lap.
Okay, what was that? That big moment from me. Whoa! Let's have a look at that from behind. So we're now in the car that followed me through that turn 3-4 section. Whoa! Yeah, just about clipped it. So let's see who we got for company on the grid, because it's always good stuff. A1 towing Bathurst. See, in this time slot we do get a fair few Aussies. So we got yeah, Canada, Australia, UK, Australia again, blah 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 blah. It's really it's a really cross-sectional time zone this, whereas in the evening you tend to just get your Europeans and your Americans more so, because it's too early in America to be racing right now. Lovely stuff. Right, it is. The next race is at 13:45, so 10 minutes away from the next one. That was fun, but I'm going to leave you for a second just to go and straighten myself out and grab a quick bite to eat. Well, what time is it where you are, the Magnum? What time zone? Because obviously, it's all well and good saying it's too early in America, but it depends on where you are, isn't it? East Coast, West Coast. But I'm going to leave you for 10 minutes. I'm going to register for the race this time. Cannot believe I nearly missed that one. Yeah, Eastern Coast, you'll be closest to our time zone. So it's 1:30. It's 1:30 at the minute where I am. Yeah, see Thailand. You got your late night Aussies, your early morning Americans, the rise and shiners, uh, Europeans, some of them having a little middle of the day race, but it's perfect. It is good. That's one reason why I'm kind of liking this daytime time slot, because we get everybody from all corners. Right, gonna leave you for 5 minutes on a break, and then set ourselves up for the next couple of races in the afternoon, and then we just need to hope. I'm really got my fingers crossed for a wet race. That'd be perfect. But I'll leave you for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere far. I'll be back, and we'll get straight back into it. Break time's over. Okay, just loading in. Although a bit pointless because I'm going to have to switch sessions again in a minute. But yeah, here we go. A shorter second half of racing. Let's hope for a couple of nice races. Let's hope for some rain. That would be awesome. But it won't happen this time because this is the fixed setup race. Now, are my start parameters best?
Your exit's clear. Watch the white line.
Okay. Race. Hope your day's all good and your afternoon or morning is going well, or evening, depending on where you are. It's 1:45 here. In fact, I probably need to factor that into the brake screen because I say that brake screen said back at 1:45. Well, what if you're blooming watching from America? That's like 5 hours away. Didn't take that into account, did I? My A license is still clinging on by its fingertips. 1.0 A license.
Clear. Push.
Yeah, good point. Countdown timer would be great. I'll look into that. That's a very good idea.
Track temperature's rising. It's now 40 Celsius.
Hey! Oh, there's a handy little tarmac runoff there. That's great. Just going to give a little bit of 44%. Let's try that.
Your exit's clear. Don't cross the white line.
It's hard to tell. I think that might be the best. That 1% shift in clutch bite point. Let's give it another go on a pit exit.
Looks like you're clear on the pit exit. Alright Daniel, we've got 2 laps to get the job done, mate.
I think it works so long as I'm also pretty quick on the secondary clutch release. I'll look into that, Hawkin, because obviously the delta that I'm looking at depends on what stage of my race I'm kind of working on, and it would be nice to have like a like something consistent that never changes. So I'll definitely look into it. You watch, before too long I'm going to be like bamboozling you with data. But it all helps. It all helps to provide context to you guys, because you're not the ones pushing the pedals and you know, turning the wheel. So you need that information to kind of build a good picture of what's kind of happening. So I'm open-minded to that. Watching F1 without all the overlay graphics would be pretty confusing. So it's the same for this. Okay, that wasn't ideal, but never mind. Still a valid lap. Well, it's in the bank. It ain't great, but it's there. This is a good lap. Fairly decent lap, but it ain't pole. It's not far off either, so good. So for Jeets, starting sim racing depends on how much of a start you're making. In reality, if you're already into your racing games, but you want to transition from the casual stuff to the sim stuff, then Your best place to start might be, I mean, let's be honest, all roads lead to iRacing with sim racing, if you ask me. There are some that settle on Assetto Corsa Competizione. But Assetto Corsa is a good place to start that's so super cheap. And it just gives you an idea of kind of like, although Assetto Corsa and iRacing aren't exactly the same in the way they feel, Assetto Corsa is still pretty decent in its general approach to sim racing kind of style driving. So you can pick up Assetto Corsa for a couple of pounds, and so many mods available for it. And it's sort of like a modern simulator that can still kind of be used to get used to sim driving, as it were. Live for Speed is where I started. That was my first ever racing sim. These days it looks a bit dated and the sound ain't great, but it's really cheap and just really good.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 37 Celsius.
And it's great. That's also really good for kind of getting used to sim style driving. But iRacing is a good place to start if you just want to go straight to the source. That's where I spend 98% of my time. Morning, Ed.
That's the end of the session. P3.
Well, that really is where I spend most of my time. iRacing, 98% of it is spent here. And if you're joining as a rookie, then you can join the rest of the rookies that are also getting used to sim racing. You're far from alone. It's probably one of the best times to join, because it's been popularized, and now you're in amongst other people who are also learning, so you're not going to be the only one there that's wondering what to do. But if you join iRacing, then at least you're getting into the iRacing bubble early, and in my opinion it's not going to go anywhere for a long time, and it's well worth it. The more time you spend absorbed in it, the more fun it just is. Yeah, iRacing will always be my top recommendation, but it's just that cost concerns are valid, totally valid, but because I've been in iRacing so long, it don't cost that much anymore. Whereas if you're trying to buy cars, tracks, if you try and buy it all at once, then yeah, it's gonna feel like it never ends. But the cost of iRacing is kind of like this. It's initially very cheap because you're just doing rookies, and then in the D's and C's and B's it costs more. You don't have to buy them, but if you want to explore all of the series that iRacing does, then you kind of almost feel compelled, because you want to try this thing over there and that thing over there. You don't want to just stick to one series, so you kind of have to do it. But it's far from mandatory. Right. Here we go. Yeah, the upside of that is that I'm still using tracks today that I bought back in 2010.
16 laps. The air temp
So
is 26 Celsius.
At least I'll never be obsolete.
Okay, Daniel, are you ready? Watch for lights. Green, green, green.
Good launch from me, decent launch from Marcus, but slightly slower. He's covering the inside.
Still there. Still there. Still there. You're right.
Harley stuck ahead.
On your right. He's still there. Right side's clear.
Here we go again. Whoa. Whee! If money's no object, just go straight into iRacing, because all roads lead to iRacing, if I'm honest with you. But if you, and you know, the thing is with iRacing, you get 40% off new memberships, but that means that you kind of, you're umming and ahhing whether to commit to 1 year, 2 years, etc. You know, it's quite a choice. If you do decide to give iRacing a go, then you can help support me by using the iRacing referral link in the description. You don't have to, and also if you don't have to do it for me. Do it for someone else that you've maybe found really helpful. That's one way of helping support them. It costs you no extra. But if you look back through my channel, you'll see it's pretty much 100% iRacing from start to finish. All of my tutorials and guides are filmed in this sim as well, because it's really easy with the camera controls. But thank you to those who also do that. It does help. Come on, let's have a good freeway tussle here.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 32 Celsius.
You're naturally going to get an iRacing bias because you know you're watching an iRacing stream, but it's not without merit. It is just a very, very good motorsport simulation. Whew. First car I bought was probably the Skip Barber, because that was, back then, that was the D-class car that you moved up to. It might have changed now. Oh, this is looking spicy. This is going to be a great race. I need to just calm it down a bit. I'm not a fan of the 296. I used to love the 488, but the 296 is completely different. I think it feels very heavy. It kind of feels like,
keep it within the track limits.
Doesn't feel like the nimble, agile thing that the 488 used to feel like. And it doesn't look as good either. Doesn't look anywhere near as good, if you ask me. Wow, look at this. Oh,
P3.
Marcus is aggressively defending. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron, but that's what he's doing.
Okay, Daniel, stay close. Wait for him to make a mistake.
Here we go. Yeah, the 296 is the most broadly used of the GT3s, but don't think it's the best. I'm not a big fan of it. Whereas the 488 was truly just me in car form. I loved it.
On your left, clear left.
Whoa! Shuffle!
Temperatures increasing.
Oh.
34 Celsius.
That sounded like Crazy Cat Lady from Simpsons. I'm just gonna have to take that on the chin. Oh yeah, Michael. God, yeah, I can't forget about him. Alright, need to attack then. I thought there was some fresh air behind us.
Come on, keep pressing it. Force that mistake.
Yeah, can't have that. Good day, Sam.
Just done it. 48.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah, the GT4 class is really well balanced right now. It's brilliant. That's a great series to get into. Great cars. It ain't the most thrilling, I've got to be honest. But the racing can be really close, and it's a great car to start with once you get out of rookies.
Track limits. Keep it between the lines. The gap behind is 0.7.
This is pretty flipping raucous. This is just baiting me into losing that A license, isn't it? Because when there's cars right there, I can't play it safe. Right, let's catch, and this time but it's a really passionate defence from Marcus. I'm locked in. I really want to get these guys, so I'm not going to be reading messages for a while. I really want to get these folks.
Stay close. Okay, Daniel, halfway up. Got plenty of fuel. That was 48.3.
Excellent drive from Marcus and Harley. Whoa. Seem to be losing momentum.
Our lap time was 48.8. The track temperature's rising. It's now 37 Celsius.
Ah, missed my braking point. Right, need to get my head back on. Come on.
The gap behind
Come
is
on.
now 0.5.
Can do better than this. You're letting your team down. You're letting yourself down.
The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines. Okay, Daniel, don't let this guy distract you. The track temp's increasing. It's now 39 Celsius.
I'm not looking after them rear tyres enough. to settle. Need to let them rears just cool down.
Track temperature is increasing. It's now 41 Celsius.
Whoa, big slide from Harley. Right, okay. Still 5 laps. Well, 4 laps, including this one.
Time was 48.4.
And if the rears calm down a bit,
Behind us now, 0.8.
then we could be on. Right, this kind of approach of looking after the rears is actually making me faster anyway, so double whammy. Harley's car looks in a bad way, and the rears seem to be gripping up again now.
The track temp's increasing. It's now 42.
But only 3 more laps here, so it needs to happen quick,
On the exits.
whatever I'm doing. I reckon second place is on the cards here. Come on, they're all over the shop, but they're still putting in decent laps.
The lap time was at 48.6.
What on earth?
Push, get second place here.
That's a big shame, but I gotta be honest, I think he should have made allowances for that. I think I would have maybe just given it a bit more leeway in case somebody did do that. Blimey. Poor Marcus. Whoa, big wiggle. He is absolutely, his rear tyres are crying.
P2, 2 laps left. You're on for a podium here.
Whoa! I mean, I'm not looking much better, am I? Come on.
We've warned about track limits. Keep pushing him, there'll be a chance here.
Ugh. Oh, he's done good. Ah. I don't think it's going to happen now.
All right, Daniel. Got out of track
Man.
limits. Keep them between the lines.
Ah, it's cooked. Cooked it.
Left.
Cooked it.
Rear left.
Ah, what a shame. And I'm 1x away from being disqualified anyway, so I better calm it down now. Ah. No, I got troubles of my own here, by the looks of it. But yeah, I gotta be, gotta be really careful now, otherwise I'm gonna get disqualified. And wave goodbye to that A license. It's the last time you'll see that in a little while. I'm sure of it.
Front is now 0.9.
Ah. Brilliant race though, but wow, okay. I mean, well done to him. That was thrilling. Super thrilling race, it really was. But Shafafa fishing
decent drive.
Bliminek. That was a crazy race. That was.
We estimate 2 laps remaining on this tank, 2.5 litres per lap. Should be around 2 laps of fuel left, 2.5 litres per lap.
That was a fun race. Exciting to watch these. Exciting to watch P1 and 2 do what they were doing. So it was this one. This is what happened. But let's analyze this. I mean, yeah, I think that really speaking, Tadas needed to just like run off the track before he rejoined. Gah, that's unfortunate. He's having a total nightmare, he was. Yeah, just a few more seconds rejoining, but you know, there is a big correlation between folks that are maybe struggling with stuff like that and then getting into tangles with lead packet. It's kind of like the worse the problem is, the worse the problem makes itself. If he was 10 seconds up the road, it wouldn't have been an issue. But that's what can you do? What a shame. I feel like Gordon Ramsay when he's on like Kitchen Nightmares, just going shame, shame, when he's just had some really bad porridge. Right, let's jump in. Let's jump into the practice for the next session, which is an open setup session, and please be rain. Rain. I'd love that. So the next race is in 15 minutes time approximately. But it's the open setup side, which might have rain. It's on the radar. Rain is featured on the radar, but I've only seen it in a practice session, but the fact that it was there means it can exist. It could be a thing. Pardon me. Just loading into the session now. Which region are you in, Dusty? Are you in UK or US? UK. Okay, if you're in the UK, I mean, the seat that I'm currently using right now is the GT Omega Inertia seat, and it is also on sale. And not only is it on sale, but my discount code also works on top of it. So just because it's on sale don't mean that don't work. So that's a bucket seat, which is nice and comfy. Includes a seat slider and includes the brackets. They're something that other companies will make you pay for. So it is a mega cheap seat, and the reason for that is pretty simple. It's not FIA graded, so it's basically a cosmetic bucket. So it don't need to be like crash structured or anything like that. Track Racers GT seat is the same, but it's more expensive. Not the same physically, but it's not an FIA graded seat. So it is a legitimately good value seat, and I didn't expect it to be as comfy as it is. But I seem to have no issues racing for hours on end on stream in it. If you're in the US, my answer would have been different. Yeah, you don't need an FIA graded seat to go sim racing, but you know, it's still cool, I guess. But that is on sale right now, and it's all in stock. So previously it was only the pink bucket that was in stock, and I don't think there's a big market for buying pink bucket seats. Not to mention it's trickier to be clean. So yeah, in the UK that would be my answer. This seat that I'm on right now, very cheap. For a bucket seat, it's super duper cheap. With brackets and slider as well, it's great. And it's been great so far. However, if you're bigger than a 36 waist, then it might be a bit snug, because I'm 36 and it's just starting to like muffin top me a little bit, as in like, you know, you kind of know that you're sort of contacting a seat. So if you're 36 waist or under, then this is great. Also the sides of the seat, if you're a 36 waist or under, you're fine. And if you're a large t-shirt or under, you're fine. Any bigger than that, and I think you might be better off picking something a bit more open, because this is quite scooped, and you know, you got to pick something you're comfortable with. Otherwise, you'll hate sitting in your sim rig, and we don't want that. In the US, I'd probably say that it depends on how far you want to go. Because GT Omega don't have V seats in the US yet, so you know, there might be either cheap RS6 and RS9 seats, but realistically you're going to want to have a bucket of some kind, and in the US your options are a little bit more expansive. But the main reason I highlight this one is the fact that it is actually super duper cheap for a bucket seat. Expansive. So before this seat came along, it was basically a case of, well, if you want a seat as cheap as possible, then GT Omega, because their seats are super duper cheap, but they're not exactly great. They're comfy for the most part, but I wouldn't call them like, you know, they don't feel race spec. They're more just a thing to sit on, but they're really good for the money. So this seat is the GT Omega Inertia bucket seat. It's in the UK and EU region, but not yet the US. For some reason, they have not yet brought it through. So if you're in the US, you might be, you know, if you want a proper bucket seat, you can't get one from GT Omega yet. And realistically speaking, the black fabric will just be easier to keep clean, even though Rosie's dog hairs constantly on everything. Yeah, so in the UK you'll be fine, and you have this option, and it is also on sale, and the discount code also works on top of that. So go check the description and you'll find a link to GT Omega there, and it's in the racing seats section of the site. I think it's on sale for another couple of days, so if you are going to get it, now is a good time. Might be a while before they do another sale again, but do come around every now and then. But so far so good. I've been using it for the past few months. Certainly comfy enough, but just beware if you're above 36-inch waist. So next race is wish I had a little the time of day in the top corner. That'd be cool. But it's going to be about 5-10 minutes. Get qualifying head on.
V14.
Right, are there any tweaks I could make that might help with all of this? It's only a few minutes till the race. Oh, crikey. I'm thinking this is probably likely to be the last one. I reckon I'm running on fumes now, but let's make it a good one. Let's make it a really good one. Hopefully.
The guy behind has just done a 152.4. All clear on pit exit.
Yep.
The pit exit
Live
is
for
clear. Push
5.
now.
Live for 5.
Fastest lap for Marshall, 48.8.
It's funny really because it's basically just 5 Porsche Cup races, isn't it? Or 6, I guess it might be 6 including this one.
The leader has just done a 48.
Yeah, it'll be 6 including this one coming up. It's not very popular this week, is it? Only 24 registered. Spa.
There's traffic behind. Keep your wits about you.
Cool. Right. I'm using a single 34-inch ultra wide. It's a Samsung G5 Odyssey 1000R. And it's on a integrated single monitor mount on my GT Omega Prime. Yeah, I think that was you, Faisal. I think it was the car that was behind me in the pits, just burning some fuel for no reason. So I'm on a single, but it is an ultra wide, and that's for specific stream related reasons that make it easier to do all of this, because triples are a nightmare. I've got one PC that drives both the sim rig and my work desk. So I had 4 monitors connected to it, 3 of them tied together with NVIDIA Surround, and it was all just a really convoluted. There were too many layers upon layers upon layers to get it to work like that, and it kind of fell to bits on one of the streams back in the day. And that was when I thought, you know what, I just need to make it simpler so I can stream stuff, see the overlays, and not have to worry about it all falling down like a pack of cards, because that's kind of how it was. It's really kind of unpredictable and unreliable. So it's out of necessity really. I would drive on triples. I'd rather drive on triples all day long, but this is pretty good. Okay, last race of the day, and we are entering. Who we got? We got Marcus again. If he gets in front of us, he's going to be a nightmare to try and overtake. So I think it's for track. I do think it's for track to some degree. I think maybe Hungaroring isn't the most popular. It is also day one. It's a combination of things, but you know, last week Road Atlanta was really popular. You know, double the numbers. So I think there is an element of people just don't like Hungaroring. Spa next week though, and I can imagine that's going to be popular. No rain, dry race once again.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 33 Celsius.
Yeah, I do like Hungaroring, but I also get it. And also it's summer holidays for a lot of people, as you just said, Nanoverse, you are right. You're welcome, Dusty. Thanks for watching and commenting, taking part, subscribing, all that good stuff. That really does help, and I appreciate it very much. could be a number of reasons. Oh, there we go. 1.4 B license. Wow. .4 B license. Only just noticed that. Blame my neck. Best behave. Hey.
If exit's clear, we have 2 laps to set a decent time.
I'll be C by the end of this. Nah, it'll be easier to climb back. And that sort of thing doesn't help. This feels like a really green track. Here we go. But that wasn't very optimized. Never mind. Nor was that. Okay, this lap's in the bin and off track as well, just to help that B license along. So it's next lap or bust then. Oh, that was good. Okay,
Fastest
nearly
lap,
level with
48.4.
148. Right, it's provisional pole. Provisional pole. Let's see if it stays that way. Yeah, this is race lab apps that you're looking at. So the telemetry box at the bottom middle of the screen, the track map at the top right, and the relative box at the bottom left. They're race lab apps. The rest of it is native to iRacing. So provisionally pole. It would be nice to get a win tucked under the belt. That would be a cool way to end. I'll look into that hawking, definitely, because I reckon there's more room to add stuff. I don't know what exactly the iRacing is, but I don't think I'm quite nudging 5k. I mean, 4.9 is an all-time best for me. And these streaming days with me actually spending more time in the wild with the officials actually does help. I'll do that. That's a good idea. But here we go then. Last race of the day.
That's the end of the session. Pole position.
Fingers
Nice
crossed.
one.
I don't bottle it. Here we go. Grid, grid, grid. Now you need more information. You need more information. Oh yeah, digital gauges. Who's your buddy? Let's check him out. Just joking. I wouldn't do that for free. So Marcus is in third. He was really quick last race. So this ain't gonna be easy. Aww. Friend. Right, come on. Let's win this. I love saying stuff like this because if it's a disaster in lap 1, then it's even funnier looking back on this. Well, let's do this. I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
The air temp is 23 Celsius. The track temp is 41 Celsius.
I am going to win this race.
Go, nail it.
Wow, flyer from Marcus.
Car right. He's still there.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen, really.
To your right. Car right.
Ah,
Still there. Right side's clear.
well played, Marcus. Rapid launch. You can't really complain about that. But let's see how he holds on to it. He's a very passionate driver. and his tyres were hurting at the end of last race. But wow, what a way to take the lead. Good job. I should have moved over a bit more decisively then. A bit of a squirrel there.
Me too.
Let's go. He's not getting away.
48.8.
But he is definitely gonna provide a distinct flavour of defensive style. Make no mistake about it. I got this. pressure.
Okay, Daniel, stay close. Wait for him to make a mistake.
Oh, this is exciting. Yes. Ah, so he's a NASCAR driver then.
Cut the track. Keep it nice and tight. There's got to be a chance here. Keep hurrying him.
There we go. Dean, I can't do the 45. I can't do the 5:45 one. This is the last one I can do today. It ain't happening. I'm jammy enough getting this group of races in. Am I heading for C license?
Please, Daniel.
Just cannot help myself with these off tracks.
Keep the pressure on. Don't give it a break.
Ah, no, you're kidding me. Right, it's B license all over, innit?
Right side. Clear right.
Oh, man.
E5.
What a shame. There's no fairy tale ending to this.
Celsius.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, Daniel, keep the pressure. He'll make a mistake.
Flipping, I'm gonna start a bottle bank. Yeah, it's just a problem that makes itself worse. The more you do it, the more it's likely to happen, and then the more likely it is to happen, the worse it gets, and the worse it gets, the more, you know. I need to get a control of these rears and get back up a couple of places.
Car left, clear left, car left, clear left, left side, clear left. Good move, mate.
Salvage operation. Oh, right, we've got to get Nicholas.
Fuel looks good, E4.
And it's not a given that I'm going to be able to catch him. He's quick.
Track limits, watch those lines. your sights. What's the mistake? Car left. He's still there. Clear left. Car left. Clear left. Left side. Clear left. Okay, Daniel, stay close. Wait for him to make a mistake.
Because his car blocks my his car blocks my aiming point.
Your lap times are increasing. Come on, keep your focus. Car right. Still there. Right side's clear. Read on the track. Force him to find the gap. On your right. Hold your line. Clear right. Clear right. Still there. Still there. Clear right.
Yes, that's it. So we'll take that. Whoa! Right, oh, gotta get these rears cooled. They didn't like that much.
The track temperature is increasing. It's now 41
That was fun.
Celsius.
That was fun. That makes up for it.
Left side. Clear left.
Hey, cheers, Tradition. That's Tradition, good friend of mine, Scott. Currently living in Japan. So he's up past his bedtime and probably had a drink or two based on that behaviour. That was a good one. I was worried that like this last race would be like I was worried this last race would be a bit of a washout after that, but it's good. It's not a win, but it's been satisfying nonetheless.
Pulling away from the guy behind. The gap's now 0.8. 38 Celsius.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of buying a round. You're right. At today's prices, it basically is. Oh, dropping Nicholas behind, and it's looking good. I have my doubts as to whether or not I would have been able to catch and take the lead from Marcus, because he was super quick. And just made a little mistake, but that's what happens when your brain is like squeezed of juice. I love a good solid metaphor.
That was
there we go.
49.3.
Tell you what, I am now sweating. I have basically turned into frog mode. I'm in frog mode because I'm sweating so much, but I'm also in mole mode because my eyes are just there. They've had enough. I think it was the right call. Yeah, I mean, a good recovery drive is just as scrumptious as a win, I gotta be honest. Winning's nice when it happens, but it's just a number on a screen. It's how you do it. It's the race that you have, it's the adventure that you have along the way. You know, who's to say that me and Marcus wouldn't have had an awesome battle as well, but we never got to find out because he was fast and I made a mistake.
2 laps left, come on, you're looking good.
And that's all it needs.
Last lap time was 48.5. We got behind, isn't it?
Exactly. I'm not bothered about where I arrive, I just like to drive a good clean race and have some good hard battling along the way. But if doing that results in a win or a podium, then you know it sprinkles a little bit of sweetness on it and all. Can't deny, I'm no more righteous than anyone else. I do love a good win. think that perfectly illustrates why Porsche Cup is such a good car for this, for what I use it for streaming, is because that spin out that I had, that would never have happened in a GT4, never in a million years. So you get extra drama that you simply wouldn't get. Last lap of the day, and boy does my face know it. Yeah, it's out. Hey, Pavel. Yeah, good iRacing gain. It seems that it's like plus 100 every week, so, you know. This time next year I'll be 10k. That's how it works. Ah, and the epic adventure comes to a close. Flipping heck.
Well done, Daniel. Great drive. That's a podium.
It definitely feels like I've done 6 Porsche Cup races. Yeah, 10k and rookie license. I do believe that once you're out of rookie, you can never go back in again. It's a one-way valve, which is sad because, you know, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Let's have a look what happened then. So I lost 10 seconds due to that shenanigan. Shenanigan singular. So right on him. Right on him. As close to there as I'd ever been. And what happens? Ah, that's what does it. It's getting up on that curb. It does something, and what it is that this is a real problem when you're following another car. When you're following another car, sometimes they're your point of reference, and yeah, visually, it's just difficult. You know, in sim racing, you do have to look to the horizon somewhat to figure out what's going on. But yeah, I had no idea that was happening. Clipped the curb, went spinning round. Let's see how it looks from Shun's point of view. There you go. Yeah, sensibly goes around the back. Yeah, clean easy like. Never mind. And here's how it looks from Marcus's point of view. That's all it is. It's just that. It's that curb. That curb kind of turns the car into a temporary tripod. Let's have a look. Aim type at car, zoom. That's all it takes. It's just that little lift. That little lift does enough to turn the car into just a it's such a small curb. It's a small curb, but there is a lift. There is a lip. And sometimes that's all you need. Yeah, it was good. It was really good. So there I am, straddling the curb, just getting a bit too eager. Whereas on my fastest lap, well, I got on the curb there as well, so I don't really know. I think it's just going to be a case of target fixation and aggression, but it was just a bit too much that time. And what about that overtake then? Got to make sure I save the replay before I forget, because that was good. At 10. Okay. I get a run on him. Hope he knows at the inside that he's not sure what I'm doing. Exits that really, really slowly. Just get on the outside. I think it's just lack of confidence on the brakes, not sure. Because he did suffer on the brakes quite a bit. Let's see how that looked. Felt like he couldn't hold it. He was on the inside, and if you're not sure of your braking point, then you could just think, you know what, I don't want to fight it. I could end up with a big accident there and ruin my race. Well, wow. One last little nose. Okay. Well then, that's it. I am absolutely squeezed of everything. It's been a great day. A lovely time, and thank you all for riding along like you've done before. It's been a great old time. A bit laboured at points, just because the track is so difficult. But that little telemetry dig in the middle of a stream, brilliant. That made such a big difference. So that's definitely going to be going down as notable. to be so far off the pace and then get right on the pace with literally 5 minutes of telemetry inspection. That tells you everything you need to know about the power of doing that. So I'll probably touch more on that in coming videos and shorts and stuff like that. So thank you everybody for watching. Much appreciated. You make a huge difference. The reason I stream it is because I think it's more fun when people are sitting on your shoulders like dozens of tiny parrots. So thank you very much and enjoy yourselves. Have a lovely evening, morning, day, whatever you're doing. And I will leave you with the outro. And it's been a great few races. You enjoy nice freeway fight. I was a white card before I got spun around by that back marker. Where are we talking? Were you in that race, Endure? That white car. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ah, man. All right. Let's have a look at what happened to you then. Ah, that's unlucky. That is. That's really unlucky. Yeah, that's really unlucky. Yeah, good racing though, man. Enjoyed it very much, and I'll keep an eye out for you next time. But it's always the same. It's always going to be this time slot on Tuesdays for numerous reasons. Obviously, having a child means that you've got to basically fit this stuff around that schedule. And the missus did some damage to her ankle and legs at the weekend because we're on holiday, and like just a flipping freak accident, stepping off a slide in the kids' playground after we just like sent the kid down it, and just flipping stumbled like a pile of twigs. So yeah, it's only by the assistance of grandparents and stuff like that that this stream was possible today, really, as well as her doing what she needed to do today. So it was a good one. I should be back next week same time, but if not, I'll let you know. It's just going to be, if anything intervenes, it's just going to be impossible scheduling and family and priorities and stuff like that. Yeah, it's that always has to really come first. But that's life. That's life after 30. It will happen to you. There we go. Okay. Next Tuesday, back again, same time, more racing. Spa. Cool.